to the gunchallenge.com lobby chat.
Hey, where the hell is everybody? Oh, we don't want to leave me here by myself. I got a snoot full of beer and about an hour to kill.
Yeah, they're over in the other lobby, Bob.
Oh, okay. What lobby?
There should be a second link that Dead Horse posted.
Okay, I'll check it out, man.
Everybody's gonna jump over here. I didn't know we were still in the early one. Shit. Let me kill my old link. Damn. When did he start this one? A long time ago? Were you in here, Pink?
I think he started it about 3 hours ago.
Okay, so this one will go long. Hey, when do you want to build again? Or do you got that part ever?
Nope, still haven't got the part, but I'm ready. I skipped ahead to a different build, so I got a different one to build.
You want to wait till Thursday or you want to do it some other day?
Oh, we can do it Thursday.
Thursday, Christmas? What the fuck? We're coming up on Christmas week here pretty soon.
Right. Oh,
Okay.
shit.
No,
Let's see.
Thursday's the 22nd.
Okay.
You gonna do an AR build?
Yeah. Cool.
Word.
Well, this week sometime.
Word. I'm gonna build a futuristic AR next. No forward assist.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, finally. Did you see my question about what other movie she was in? If you guys recognize?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Phoenix, what's up?
Female Terminator? We all know that's Serenity.
She was in Serenity?
Yeah.
She's a ballerina chick. Or the chick who's like the fuck is she? She's not a cyborg. She just got brainwashed or something by the bad guys.
You're talking about the
Okay.
TV show?
Reprogrammed.
You're talking about the TV show or the movie?
Both
think-
are in the movie.
The weird one, the doctor's sister.
The blonde hair?
No, not the prostitute, not the chick in the engine room, and not the pilot. The other one.
The one that would go complete Terminator on everybody when she was triggered.
Oh,
The one
yeah.
that was really about it, I think. Isn't she what the whole show's about, really?
Yeah.
Let's talk about Firefly?
She's the
Okay.
chick from the Terminator TV show.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I never seen the TV show.
Oh, snap. You never seen the Terminator TV show?
They
Hell, look at those
I don't-
pictures I was posting.
That hot chick
was
from Serenity is the Terminator in it. And then
I
it's
didn't even know they
some-
had a TV show.
What was the chick? The chick is the mom, or the mom of him is, what the hell other movies was she in? I think she might be in that Lord of...
The mom's hot. In that Terminator, the mom's hot, dude. Like the mom's probably hotter than the chick is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say that either, but she's been in other stuff. Is she the one that's in the Chair movie you guys, or the Chair TV show you guys like?
She's dual wielding two
Throne
Gen
exchange.
2 Glocks.
Who in Serenity was in Terminator?
In the Terminator TV show, she's the female Terminator.
I didn't know there was a TV show.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 seasons. It's pretty good.
She's all
Her name's-
It's not the right timeline. It's fake. It doesn't align with the movies or anything, but it's like an alternative version of Terminator, I guess.
Any idea if that's on Netflix?
I don't have
Static
Netflix.
Glock sales ad from 1991. 92.
Let's see if I know there was pictures of her mom on here.
Oh,
Maybe open the wallpapers.
There she is, with the shotgun. That's the mom, and then John Connor's that doofus with the backpack.
John Connell.
The Sarah Connor Chronicles. So it's
Oh,
like a little
that's right.
offshoot.
It's the same chick with the Glocks.
Was that on?
No, this is the mom.
Was that on Netflix or
Oh, that's-
Oh, it was on
HBO? Or,
TV a long time ago. It was just a regular TV show for a while, a long time ago. So there's
It
no
was
nudity.
2007, 2008. It's when the collapse happened. Pretty much everything, all the movies stopped.
It was only 2 seasons?
because of the banking collapse?
I like that
Really?
picture.
Jesus, those fucking bankers.
That one's got a picture of the mom's face. That one on the right.
What are you googling?
Up
Where
one.
at?
Up one.
Oh,
So,
As it clears
so the
out.
bankers killed Terminator, the TV show.
bankers killed a lot of good shows. There was a lot of good ones on NBC around 2007, 2008.
Sorry.
2007. I'm trying to think where I was when the whole crash happened. No, I was probably here.
Lena Headey.
What other stuff was she in? I know I'd seen her before. She was in other stuff before that. Well, that makes it look like she didn't have any tits at all.
Well, it's nothing to put in some falsies for the camera.
I don't know how. That's pretty bad photoshopping. I don't know about this picture. It's in the side chat.
What?
Nice. Is that real?
I don't know. Look at that head.
Yeah, she was in Game of Thrones.
She was Mama in Judge Dredd.
It ain't real.
That can't be real.
Let's see, she was the mom in 300. The wife,
Spartan King's wife, Queen.
she's in the
Leonidas.
Purge, Red.
She was the mom in Horror.
Oh, you don't like this picture.
That was a
Not
classy
very
picture, Moon.
That was one of the first ones that popped up. It's my bad.
Is that a Wonder Woman picture I see there? Or?
That one's safe. That's probably the most disturbing picture ever.
The things they make people in Hollywood do for the
She was in
camera.
MacGyver. Like, that's
Nobody forced her to
She was
sign a
MacGyver.
contract.
She has
well,
tattoos.
in
that right?
Hollywood, if
She
they
has
offer you a part in a film and you say no, you may as well just get in your car and keep driving.
Well, then you need to understand that being an actor or actress means you're selling your soul.
Yes,
Devil.
yes.
I like her more than that younger Terminator chick. That's all I can say. Like, yeah, she played a good Sarah Connor, man. Like one that can actually kick ass, not some like frail little tiny thing.
Did you like her better than the real Sarah Connor, though?
Like the
Well,
first Sarah Connor, hell no. She was the like, especially in T2. Like,
She's-
yeah.
Well, she was like Valley Girl, but her whole character was like, you know, that she would have to be transformed into something other than she was because she wasn't ready for that to happen to her. She was just like a regular person, and this crazy person from the future. I mean, that was the first Terminator was a crazy plot, you know.
Oh,
And, like
and
character
T2
Reese,
was-
like I'm Sergeant Reese, serial number 58358. You've been targeted for termination, and you know it's like that was just an insane plot.
Well, yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Like, she turned into just a little regular California girl to, like, hardened, but that's, so it's like the kid's older. Like, he's in high school age. So she's already been on the run for a while. He already knows how to, like, they already lived in Mexico and shit. And then she's, like, 100%, like, the protective mom, like, waiting for that Terminator. She knows coming. So she's gone, like, she's already been transformed, I guess, from just the
Yeah, well,
California
that's
girl into,
that's
like,
what makes it interesting is how the characters evolve. You know,
Yeah.
it's character development and how the interactions of the characters make them drive the plot, and it. You know, that's what makes it interesting. and how they grow. So she had to be something completely different for the second movie than she was for the first. And, I don't even know if she was in the third movie, but, she was something different emotionally and as a character in each one. But
There was no
anyway.
Sarah Connor in the second one. It's like the kid is older and he meets some girl, and then
The third one.
yeah, the third one's just all him and the girl.
In fact, I think they say why she's not in there. Like she either died
She's
or
dead,
she's locked
yeah.
up.
She scattered her ashes or something, and that was the one where they have the shootout at the cemetery, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, I've been in this freaking condo for almost 12 years, and I finally got the damn light fixture in the kitchen replaced and upgraded in exchange for some knife sharpening services. 12 years without a light in my kitchen. That's fucking crazy. Fucking place. Took me that long to get good at knife sharpening. So what does anybody think about Israel getting the new F-35s? They got 2 of them so far.
I didn't hear the news.
Yeah, that they landed at an Air Force base in Israel, and the United States Secretary of Defense was there, and Netanyahu was there, and they even claimed that the F-35 actually works.
Thank you for taking our second-rate products.
Well, I think the U.S. paid for them. I don't think they could have gotten Israel to pay for that much money for those jets.
Those things are fucking turds, dude.
This is a modern version of what used to be
This is the
called
picture I was
the
looking for.
Yugo.
You go. Well, they say people were talking about it on the IDF channel, and I said, look, I read the Joint Concurrency Report, and they said, yeah, well, that was a few years old, and they fixed most of the problems. I was like, really? And then they said, I told them, the guy who wrote the report wasn't like some critic from the internet. It was like the U.S. Air Force general that was in charge of the fucking program that wrote, the concurrency report listing every fucking thing that was wrong with it. And, but they claim that this new version, actually, they fixed most of the problems. So I have no idea. Because there were a ton of problems.
Okay, Moon, you still there? Moon? I'm muted? No, I'm not muted.
I hear you.
I hear you too. Moonris might be taking his nap.
Told him I would take a second look at the PPQ for that thing he was referring to.
Oh, okay. Well, do you have a toothpick?
Well, now that I'm all done reloading and got everything cleaned up, let me get it broken down, and I'll just want to make sure you were there before I bothered.
Oh, yeah.
You got a PPQ?
Yes,
Oh, when was that?
it's not mine.
Oh, then you didn't. You just borrowed one.
I'm safeguarding it for somebody.
Okay. So it's kind of on loan.
Well, I don't really shoot it because it's not really mine. So I mean, I've shot it a couple times, and they told me I could shoot it whenever I want to. All
You
right.
can dry fire it, probably, right?
what's the point in dry firing it? If you
Well,
can
it's got a
actually fire
nice trigger. Yeah, it's not as fun as firing it, but it's got a nice trigger.
Okay.
At least
Now
I thought
I'm
it was
looking
nice.
I'm looking down the throat, and I do not see a second ring, just the one. And I have a flashlight, by the way. I'm not just looking.
Alright.
So maybe they changed that at some
Yeah,
point.
because you have an M2. Mine's still an M1, so I don't know. Check your brass next time you shoot it. See if there's a ring around it.
Okay. Yeah, if this was my gun, I would shoot this on a regular basis, but it's not. That's the only reason why I shoot it maybe twice a year.
Which version magazine release is on it?
Let's see the U.S. style.
Oh, boring.
Yeah, but that's the kind of change that they could make and not make a note of it anywhere in the public documentation.
Yeah.
Mute myself for a minute.
So I got a Topps Ranger bootlegger recently. I've been waiting to get out and try it out and beat up some wood with it as soon as my foot heals up. I can't believe how long it's taken my damn sprained foot instep of my foot to heal up to the point where I could go walking on it for long distances.
You're so old.
No, it's just it was a bad sprain.
Yeah, my girl sprained her knee. Popped her kneecap out and it popped back in. That's what the doctor said.
Ouch.
How long has she been laid up?
I don't know, like a week and a half so far. But
Yeah, I fucked mine up on Halloween, and here we are in December, and you know, it's like
that would suck if she's hobbling around a couple months from now.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna get out tomorrow or tonight and hobble, see if I can do any long distance walking, because sitting around is no good for me. I mean, I know they told me to sit up with my foot up and don't put any weight on it until I'm all better, but it's taking too long.
Yeah, because doctors don't know what they're talking about.
No, but it's not that. It's I have a foot. I have to think my foot, and I have to think about my heart. So I need to walk for my heart, and I need to keep it not walk for my foot. So it's like I need both my foot and my heart to work. So I have a different set of instructions from my cardiologist than I do from the guys in the ER.
Look, she's in her panties.
Don't just whatever you do, don't baby it too long, dude. Get walking on it as soon as you feel comfortable, because I mean, the more you baby it, honestly, the longer it's gonna take to heal.
Yeah, it's.
Do you wrap it?
I've been walking around a little.
Do you wrap it?
No. They did for the first. When I was in the ER, it was wrapped for. I kept it wrapped for about as long as I could not take a shower, which was about. I think I went almost a week. That I just absolutely had to fucking break down and.
You're really only supposed to wrap it when you're walking, healing.
No.
Have it unwrapped and elevated.
They didn't. They wanted it wrapped and elevated. Because they wanted to keep the blood from. They wanted to keep the swelling down. Is the whole point. You keep your foot up and you have it wrapped so it constricts the blood flow. I know that because I've done it before for when I had the edema, after the surgery. So it was the same thing, except it wasn't edema; it was a sprain. They need to keep it wrapped and elevated, So But it's not like I'm not going anywhere. I'm walking around. I can walk around the store. I got to the point. It's getting better. It's just taking its own sweet time.
That must have been a really bad sprain, dude, for it to be still fucked up.
Yeah, what happened was I was walking down the stairs, and my right foot basically just was slipped on some weights going down the stairs, like some ankle weights and some loose weights, and then I had to try to break my fall with my left foot, and the first thing that happened was the toe got caught and on the stair, and it got hyperextended backwards as I was falling forwards, and then I just used my leg strength to get the damn leg out. And then I landed on it like 5 or 6 stairs down from where I was, just like imagine taking 5 or 6 steps all in one step after hyperextending it, And then I took an Advil and went to sleep. In the morning, I limped over to the emergency hospital where one of the guys, they took some X-rays to check for breaks or fractures. And they could just see the soft tissue damage, but there weren't any breaks or fractures. It's just soft tissue, but it just, takes time to heal. I've had soft tissue damage on my other ankle once when I just ripped every tendon out playing basketball, but that was like 30 years ago. So
Stargate. I see that Stargate.
I recognize her as Adria.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
Barely remember that. That was so long ago. It wasn't super popular.
I think it was real popular in the nerd scene because, like, Star Trek: The Next Generation had ended and stuff, and none of the other Star Treks. I think like Voyager was on, and like it was like the popular science fiction show when it was during the time it was on.
Yeah, it was the longest running TV series.
If you had absolutely no life, there was something to do for nerds to do, I guess. So
Stargate was the original longest running TV series.
I thought Star Trek was.
I was watching China Game.
Star Trek, it only had 2. The original.
It's been in syndication.
The Next Generation was.
The original was in.
I think
the original is still in syndication.
So Star Trek.
He said longest
Stargate.
running, dude. That's like season, right? Like that was like playing on like major network, right?
Yeah, it's on the BBC. Yeah. The original Star Trek is still playing on the BBC. America.
Reruns.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, the original Star Trek. Nimoy and DeForest Kelley are dead.
I
probably watched it on Nick at Night.
Hair.
Which one?
That chick in? What is she from?
This one?
Yeah.
She was in Serenity. She was Adria in the Stargate.
No, like
shows.
More recent.
More recent. Let's see. Homeland. V. She was the commander in V, I think.
Yeah, I don't
How I Met Your Mother. She was in How I Met Your Mother too, evidently.
Let me see here. So I was just on her page.
She played like someone's girlfriend. Oh yeah, she was in Deadpool.
Gotham, yeah, Deadpool. She plays Gideon on The Flash. The Mentalist.
I remember her from Deadpool.
The Good Wife.
Jeez.
I'm trying to think. Stargate SG-1, I think, ran for 10 or 11 seasons.
Well, what channel was it on? It wasn't on a major network, was it? It was on like Stargate. Wasn't that on like TNT or I don't remember even. It was so long ago. Was it on a major network? Maybe it was. I don't remember.
Either Fox or something like that. It was not one of the big four, but one of the other cable ones. I thought.
Stargate.
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Show,
10
seasons.
Showtime. Showtime? Really?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, because I used to watch it all the time.
Yeah, but it was in syndication on like some cable channel, but it originated
Like on USA. I think it was either on USA or maybe it was. Yeah, I think it was USA that had Stargate.
I know they played repeats on Sci-Fi, so
Yeah.
Well, Sci-Fi, CW. I see it on CW.
What time is it? Oh, time for my sleep meds, probably. Does Rogue One open tomorrow?
they did.
No,
they
it's
opened
already
today.
It opens today.
Yeah, they
Sorry.
did previews on Thursday. Sneak previews on Thursday.
No, I should have gone and beat up some kids so I could get a seat.
Oh, I'm
See,
gonna go
USA
middle of the week.
Network.
Look, Showtime 97 to 2002.
Yep. Sci-Fi Channel. MGM Home. That's USA.
Yeah, I think I only would have watched it on USA.
See MGM.
but I wasn't that into it.
That's
I know
all.
I think it was only on Showtime for 5 years before it went to.
Yeah, because
Okay.
people have to pay for Showtime, and at least they used to. So,
Yeah, I didn't have Showtime at the time, or maybe I.
so I
don't
must
know,
have been
HBO
seeing
would show like Showtime commercials for
the
some.
syndicated reruns.
Yeah, I never would have paid for a premium channel.
Man, I pay for them. I don't want it anymore. I want to get.
I don't even have cable anymore.
I have cable. I like watching Nat Geo Wild. I love the Savage Kingdom and Big Cat Diaries, and Predator and Predator series
No,
stuff.
I just mean I'm not willing to pay.
Oh, well. It's either in the Big Island, it's either satellite or cable. So
That's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Look, I have cable internet, and that's it.
I'm gonna keep my internet and get rid of my cable.
I mean, I have my internet and I dumped my cable. I just
Oh.
if they ever change to an a la carte method, then I'd be more than happy to pick it up because there are some stations I'd like to watch.
Well, you can. Like, you can get HBO Go.
Dish Network has
HBO
a la carte.
$10 a month just through the internet. You don't have, and then you can watch everything on demand. And you don't have to like wait for program.
I'm getting really tired of watching. I don't watch the news anymore at all on any news. It's just there's nobody knows what journalism is apparently anymore. So, and it's
And when the main story is not about the information that's been discovered,
Ooh,
it's about who got it. How did they get it? How do they know it's fake?
it's
7 to 9.
Obama gave his last speech today, his last press conference before he's out. So I think we have
Fake
33 days. Yeah. And so it's like funny. Everybody was wondering, is he going to declare war on Russia, cyber war on Russia, and then hop on a plane and go golfing in Hawaii? I declare war, and then he gets on a Air Force One and leaves. That's to Hawaii and goes golfing.
What I find is ironic, and of course his plans could have changed, is that Chicago plans on building and is going to build the presidential library for him. A la
Oh,
carte.
I had this great. There's this great
He
thing
doesn't
from the.
even plan on living here.
Well, I know he's going to be in Hawaii, and the Hawaii Republican Assembly has a webpage where you can vote for what you want to name for Obama. What there's like outhouse, a beach, a bad, they can name the rail system Honolulu Boondoggle. That's like $12 billion over budget, and they can't afford to finish, and they can't afford to stop working.
Well, Chicago is.
If they stop working,
Chicago has as much debt as more than a lot of third world countries do.
Well, did you hear about Dallas? Dallas. I think I said it on Edge's last show last week was they had to stop doing payouts to the retirees for the firefighters, teachers, and police officers can't withdraw any money from the pension fund anymore, because if they did all the withdrawal requests, they would go broke. So 99 since October, 99 police officers quit the Dallas PD so they could try and find jobs at some other city where they actually have a functioning pension system.
Well, how do you make a withdrawal from an account that has no money in it?
Well, there was money, but it was going to be, below the legal limit of what they could have for, the amount of, checks. I mean, you can't have how can you have a retirement fund where, they say it's going to be broke. So if we give you the money, then it's going to go broke. So we can't give you any money. But what's the point of having the fund at all if the retirees can't ever withdraw any money? So it's like,
are they saying they're just not giving them their monthly checks or whatever? Or
no,
they could draw upon that in excess.
Just go to zerohedge.com. You can't miss it. Basically, since October 15th, like 99 Dallas police officers have just quit. And, because, and they're going to work it in other cities. They're just moving because, and so the city of Dallas had to just give everybody that's still there on the police force and the firefighters a raise just to keep them from quitting instantly.
Giving them a raise, you go, hey, we fix your pension program.
Well, that's a lot harder to do.
I just realized I actually have 2 Glock 40 caliber magazines, but they're the 22 round Glock magazines. These are not the Korean ones, but the Glock ones. Is at the time that I bought these, and these are Gen 4, not Gen 3 magazines, but these were the high capacity magazines at that time. Does Glock still make the 22 rounders in 40 caliber?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I think they do.
I'm just asking. Move on. Move ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say that
I think they upped their game. I think they make higher capacity ones now in 40 cal.
Really?
I think. Don't quote.
Okay, because I know they've had the 32 rounders for a while from the 9. But this was, I want to say it was maybe 3 to 4 years ago, I think I got these things. Yeah. So, it just, I don't have a 40 cal Glock anymore.
I do.
And
but I can't have high capacity magazines.
You're right. On air, you can't.
There's the original sniper's pistol.
Yeah, the Walther P99. The one I named in the top 5. And everybody shot it down because they're a bunch of dickheads.
Oh, do you think they shot it down because it was a Ruger, or why do you think they shot it down?
Not a Ruger, Walther. The Walther P99, the one that Pink's screen sharing right now.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I can't see it.
Oh, mine was a 40 QA. So it was the same gun, but it had a quick action and it was 40 caliber. Fucking sweet. I miss that gun.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. My neighbors are having their fucking annual Christmas party weekend where they have like 3 parties in one weekend, and it's fucking so irritating, dude. Jesus Christ.
But you're surrounded by drunks, huh?
No, that's the thing, dude. They're not even drunk and they're still fucking annoying.
Were you not invited?
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sure.
they never let me.
Family, friends, coworkers.
Oh,
It sounds like
No, they
somebody
have
was-
like one for family one day and then one for friends the next, and then the fucking following day is fucking coworkers. That's why they have 3.
Well, I guess so, because you got to do different things for different people, you know?
yeah. Well, it's the holidays, so be nice to everyone, even if you don't like them.
All that gay
Well, it
loot.
would be okay if they would fucking stop hitting my truck with basketballs and fucking soccer balls.
Well, you think that's bad? I had one of my neighbors, her boyfriend just was drunk. The police threw him out, and so they said, "Get off of this property." So he got in his red pickup truck, backed up, slammed into my Blazer, and then drove off.
Oh, wow.
Because the police, he was drunk as fuck too. So I filed the police report, and they're like, "Well, did you see him slam into your truck?" No, but his truck was red. He parked right behind across from my car, and and they're like, "Well, nobody saw him do it. Then we can't do anything." So. Anyway, bashed in my. I had to pay for it, get it fixed myself. I think the owner downstairs sent me a few $100 towards the damages, but it wasn't her fault that her tenant was a psycho bitch and a crazy with crazy drunk boyfriend, and
That's all right.
Oh, she's a psycho bitch.
Dude, when I was little, my mom got drunk. Her and my dad were arguing, and my mom got drunk and fucking took off up the street in her Camaro, and I guess she forgot something at home or something. But she was coming back down the block and fucking sideswiped like 6 cars, dude.
6 cars? That'll piss off a lot of neighbors.
No, you know what's funny, dude, is only one of them fucking knew who it was. So she only had to pay for one of the fucking cars.
So the one person didn't rat him out, so he had to pay for the other ones.
Well, even if you rat them out, somebody actually would have to see them having done it, unless they admit it or something.
Well, that's where things like paint transfer. So I mean, because that's fucked up.
That shit doesn't matter. The police they aren't going to go and search for paint transfers unless somebody died. If it's just somebody's car got sideswiped, they just aren't going to waste their time.
Somebody's car. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars of damage. Maybe
they
$100.
don't give a shit. The
The
cops don't give a shit about that unless they don't do anything unless there's a dead body somewhere. I learned
Yeah,
that
it
a long
becomes a
time
civil
ago.
issue at that point.
It depends on where you live, and maybe that's where you live. That's not what the police.
I lived in California. The police didn't do anything unless there was a dead body somewhere. I live in Hawaii, and the police don't do anything unless there's a dead body. And what they do is they come and tag him and bag him. Okay? Pretty fucking useless. I have the dispatcher. I mean, I know. I have that a Broadcastify thing. So where you can listen to your local police, fire, EMS, and Coast Guard dispatcher. And boy, I know everything that goes on around here now. And it's like, people are fucking crazy.
I got in the past year and a half, I've gotten hit 3 times by drunks. All 3 times, I've never had a problem with the police showing up in a timely manner.
Well, you were there driving. You were there driving the car. That's different. If it's parked and nobody's there and you didn't see it, then that's different.
Okay.
It
Right.
is.
It's a different type of evidence.
Pretty much no witness, no crime, dude. That's how they see it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I completely agree with that. Especially here in California, dude. Like, fucking A.
Yeah, I know. And I met the guy who sideswiped my car, and it's like, what was I supposed to do? Shoot him or something? It's like it's just fucking.
But if the lack of, even if the police represent the government, do not encourage, let alone support self-responsibility, And what I mean is that to make those things at least a reasonable priority. Yes, it is property damage, not damage to an individual. Did not get shot, stabbed, etc., beaten within an inch of their life,
Or
but it's
hurt
still
in an automobile accident.
Yep. But it's still about self-responsibility, and if the state no longer cares about self-responsibility, then maybe it's time to leave.
See, if they flee the scene from a parked car, it's not a hit and run. If you're in it and you're in the car when they hit you and they flee the scene, then that's a felony. So it's different.
Well,
and cops, if you flee the scene, they're going to assume you were drunk, and then there's going to be some cops. Well, I'll go chase him down because they can get a drunk driving arrest and build up their record and their cred and stuff. But if it's just somebody ran into a parked car and didn't leave a note, you're fucked. You can file a police report, but the police report is going to say, well, we don't know what happened. No witnesses. Somebody's car was damaged.
It'll say the car was parked on the street, was sideswiped by another car, other information not available.
It'll say something that your insurance company will say, well, we can't help you. The police report didn't say anything. So, you may as well not have insurance, and you may as well not file a police report, and you may as well not have police. I guess
I'm not doubting that that's not necessarily the case where you guys live. I'm not doubting that at all. But it's certainly a sucky system you got. Where you, the individual, get to have your property damaged and thus the value of it stolen, and they just don't apparently give a crap.
Well, people that do that kind of thing, that they're going to pay for it in the end. It's just the odds are that they will fuck up in some other way, and they'll be drunk and drive their car, and they'll get into a very bad accident, and they'll get their rewarded for their bad deeds, just by letting the odds play out. Just they keep on going the way they're going and living the way they're living, then they'll get it in the end.
That's what I often hope. Well, I'm gonna head off to bed. You guys have a good evening.
Take care, Dana.
Have a good one.
The beast, baby.
Well, yeah, I think I better take my sleep meds and try and pass out. Everybody be good. Enjoy Star Wars if you get out to see it. Maybe I'll see it tomorrow. I don't know.
I'll go during the middle of the week when I have time off and there's nobody there.
Yeah, it should be crowded on Saturday, I imagine. Fuck.
It'll be crowded for the rest of the week, and it'll probably be crowded for the next week or two.
Well, maybe you could do me a favor and call in a fire threat to them. Say there's call in a fire or something, then they'll evacuate everyone. But as long as the movie keeps playing, because they don't have prints anymore. It's all beamed down from satellites into the movie theaters. So anyway, I'm out of here. Good night.
Night.
All right, brother. Have a good one, man. So what's up, gentlemen? Everybody enjoying their nights?
Just relaxing before I go to sleep. Go back to work tomorrow. I worked for almost 10 hours a day, my first day back, so.
Right on, man. Well, the way I see it, at least you don't have to sit there and fucking go crazy all day. I know I do, man. When I'm not working, fuck, I go nuts.
Oh, no, I was on vacation. I took like a week off and went back to work today. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's cool. What about you, Dead Horse? You got any plans for tomorrow, man? Yeah, me either.
Tomorrow I'm taking my son-in-law shooting.
Sounds like a fucking plan, man. I wish I could. Oh, man, I wish I could.
You have a son-in-law?
Yep.
Me? No. I just wish I could fucking go shooting.
No, I mean Dead Horse. I didn't think he was old enough to have a
You gotta
son.
remember, like my oldest kid is 21. So
Oh shit! Well, right on.
Yeah, Dead Horse is an old fart, man. I know he doesn't sound like it, but yeah, he's got some mileage on him, huh, Dead Horse?
that's for sure.
What, he's 65 now?
Getting close.
66.
No, I'm gonna take my son-in-law shooting. He's building his first AR, and he's pretty much gonna get like the stuff he needs to finish it for Christmas. So
Nice. What kind of parts list is it looking like?
just all cheap kind of mil-spec stuff. Just
Really?
yeah, just an Anderson lower, a mil-spec lower parts kit, mil-spec receiver extension, mil-spec stock, and then I think he is going to go with like a free floated barrel and like a free float rail, and then but other than that, just pretty generic parts, like nothing too fancy.
Right on, man. Well, hey, you know what? The point is he's building his first AR, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Shit, my first AR shit. I mean, I've got a fucking...
So, you know, just starting out, so he doesn't have a lot of money to put towards an AR, you know, so like.
Hey, same here, man. I mean, I've told you guys plenty of times, you know, my lower is an Anderson, upper is a PSA, my LPK is ATI, and fucking yeah, man, and it functions, you know, and it's actually pretty damn accurate.
No, I was just saying that I figured Dead Horse would have, like, I don't know, hooked him up.
I am hooking him up. He's like getting there.
He's hooking up with a fucking AR, dude. That's
No, he's gonna get pretty much the stuff, like the rest of the stuff he needs to finish it. Like,
is he building the upper, or is he?
And he doesn't need like a $300 trigger or fucking. He doesn't need that shit.
Is he building the upper, or is he getting something that's already put together?
Oh, he's gonna build it.
Nice. There you go. See, I didn't even build my upper. I bought a fucking complete upper from PSA. Mainly because I don't have the tools. The experience I'm not really worried about because I'm pretty mechanically inclined, so I can get shit lined up. But I don't have the tools for it. You know what I mean? That's why I just went with a complete upper. And shit, my lower, everybody's fucking everybody
kind of tool it take to build an upper. Like it takes like a pipe wrench and like an Allen wrench, man. Like
no, but I don't have vice blocks. I don't have vice blocks. I don't have like, I mean, I've got the AR. I've got the AR wrench and all that stuff, but
there's your vice. Takes a Brandon to finish the wood.
Is you up, sir?
He was.
Or is he just ghosting right now?
I think he's ghosting right now.
Yeah. He was here like 20 minutes ago, but.
So I have a question for you guys. I don't know I was trying to talk to G-Webs on it because he's the AK specialist out of all of us. So I've been like really wanting to get like an SBR, and I think the SBR I want to get is gonna probably be like the crank style SBR. So I want to get like the Yugo like M92, but I want to make it an underfolder. And I was wondering how hard that is, because you know how it does have the underfolder trunnion. So I was gonna ask him a question, but I guess he's not here.
All it really takes is a coat hanger, some duct tape, and
Chewing gum.
Yeah, just spend like $1,000 on like a gun truss and like an extra $200 on tax strap. Then I might as well just
get a coat hanger and you bend that shit.
It's like buying a Lamborghini. I might as well just buy cheap gas.
And you get like a drill and use some drill some holes in your receiver and like run some Phillips head screws into it to hold like the hanger, wrap the hanger around the heads of the screws.
It's like me buying a Barrett 50 cal and be like, oh yeah, I think I'm just gonna buy me a NC Star scope on it.
You're gonna need some washers though.
NC Star is rated for 50 cal.
Yeah, Barrett was like 107, and like, I'm gonna buy me an NC Star tactical like scope.
Hell yeah, they're rated for 50 cal. Let's do it.
That's the thing I hate, when people like complain about like buying like a fancy gun. Like you spend like $1,000 on a gun or something like that, and they buy like a Uncle Mike's holster, or like fucking. You guys don't have any knowledge on AKs?
I am not an AK guy. But you could always email G-Webs or send him a PM, and he'll probably answer.
I'm kind of an expert on the AK platform, so the first thing I would do is I would just go online to like Bravo Company and buy like their 12.5 inch SBR, and then problem solved. There you go. That's how you fix an AK SBR, dude.
Or you could utilize the AK47buyersguide.com and check that out and go on one of the forums and ask.
I don't want a buyer's guide. I want a builder's guide.
Yeah, send it to that guy Vince from Sons of Guns.
Yeah, there you go.
And like get the ATF on me. Yeah,
the buyer's guide isn't just a buyer's guide. The AK-47 buyer's guide isn't just a buyer's guide. It's a forum where you can get.
Yeah, I know what it is.
That guy builds AKs.
Sons of Guns is still a company? I thought that shit got shut down when.
No, it's the guy from Sons of Guns.
He was the lead. He was the second, like the number 2, like gunsmith, and then like due to like I don't know drama or whatever, he like left the show and started his own company. Like was like literally down the street.
Yeah, that's the guy that was banging fucking Will's daughter, right?
No, that's the other. That's Chris.
Oh, okay, all right.
He was the other guy who was. He left the show before he went down.
Defense now. It's Ackley's Defense, right?
Yeah, but that's Joe. That's a different dude.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So Joe bought it out, but he was the original partner / like. So
what you're saying is all those guys had a turn with the daughter. Okay.
No, I don't know. Maybe. I wouldn't doubt it. It is Louisiana, right?
I think Flippy.
That's what I'm saying.
I know what it costs.
Hey, is anybody else getting like static, or is it just me?
It was just whoever just talked last.
Like, I don't think that guy did anything to his daughter, man. I think that like when she was doing this interview on like fucking Oprah or something, talking about it, like some talk show, and I was like looking into that bitch's eyes while she's telling the story, and like and it's not even like I like the guy or I'm trying to defend him or anything, because I actually don't like that Will Hayden guy that much. But like I just, what came to mind listening to this bitch tell her story, this bitch is fucking lying. Like she's like doing it for the publicity and like something, like I don't know, man. Something's fishy about all that shit.
She probably
like,
wouldn't.
You know what? I thought the same thing.
That type of guy to
Probably
me.
didn't think she was getting her cut of the money, so she figured, hey, if you don't give me my cut of the money, I'll fucking.
Well, I don't know if you guys
Spouts
heard
and
about
shit.
it, but like the whole reason why they lost like the show and everything, or like lost their gun shop, is because I think they had like over 15 different guns that weren't registered with the ATF or whatever, something like that. They had like built guns that weren't registered or
Oh,
whatever.
that was a different thing that came on though. That wasn't even involved. Yeah, that was totally
Yeah,
separate.
it was like a clerical like.
Because like the business license wasn't even in Will Hayden's name; it was in that Joe guy's name anyway. Like Hayden was just kind of like the brains and like the figurehead of the show, but like Joe was
Yeah,
like
because afterwards, because that's the reason why. Because he
money. Like Joe was the money behind it. So
yeah, because he lost. Well, the first reason why it was under Joe's name is because he lost his whatever, his FFL or whatever it is, class whatever
yeah,
manufacturer license or whatever. Because he had those under. It was the ATF rated them or something like that. They did like, you know how they do like an annual, or sometimes they do an annual or whatever audit or whatever. It like I don't know. I was like 15 or so like guns that weren't registered.
Yeah, I honestly think. I mean, I agree with Dead Horse. He was fucking not really the most admirable guy, but I really don't think
doesn't
he
mean like a fucking pedophile, man. Like the type of guy that needs to be with his daughter.
I remember
that guy, man. I'm sorry.
I remember they were trying to make it like one of the episodes. They were trying to make it like I don't know, was it a remote operated like turret machine gun, or whatever, with the Vepr 12 with like the freaking like the power drill, and it was like they were just trying to do. I don't know if they were trying to like get involved with like the Call of Duty like fan base. You know what I mean, like the FPS Russia guys. You know, like those guys that like watching tactical cool or whatever stuff. But like it was behind the scenes, whatever, and they literally like had it. Like they had a pneumatic like drill, and they were just powering it behind like, and they were just like focusing on the barrel. Like the camera was just focusing on the barrel.
Inside of this thing, today we're using hollow point bullets.
What is
Oh
that?
my god, you're watching that chick, dude? Oh
Then
no.
press this button.
What is that?
And now this is
Oh,
Oh, are you watching gun porn again?
No, dude, that's creepy, dude. It's not even like. I think it's like actually like anti-gun. I don't even think it's like kind of like pro-gun or anything. I actually think it's supposed to be anti-gun.
It's like Alice in Wonderland.
Can you post a link in the external chat so I can watch it?
Like someone was like a big Instagram channel posted that video, and I was reading in the comments like a lot of people are like, this isn't like good because it's not actually pro-gun. Like it's all actually anti-gun shit. Like she's actually trying to make fun of like gun owners.
This one.
and shit.
This comment says, nope, I'm not listening to myself.
Can you post a
says,
link?
no. Kill it with fire. No, I can't. I'm on my phone.
Oh shit. Hey, Dead Horse, you said it was an Instagram video, right?
Yeah, like a whole bunch of people have been posting it on Instagram all over lately.
Oh, is that the one with the little blonde chick?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like she's an anime chick almost. It seems, you know what I mean? Like she just kind of looks like it.
Talking about Poppy?
Yeah, Poppy.
Oh,
yeah.
she was.
Yeah.
Hey, Dead, can you tag me in it?
Yiki-san.
I'm not like I'm on my phone right now in the chat, so I will later though.
Right on.
Just go to
Well, that's
Dixie.
what I meant. Like on Instagram, could you tag me on Instagram?
Yeah, I'll tag you in it.
All right. Yeah. Hey, there's G-Webs. Ask your question, brother.
Oh, yeah. Sure. So G-Webs, how hard is it to buy like a regular like the Yugo M92 like under whatever PAP pistol and converting it to an underfolder? Like, what do you got to do?
Well, you mean like SBR it?
Yeah, I want an SPR.
I guess it'll depend. You got to look inside of there and see if it's got the underfolder trunnion or not. So if it's got the underfolder trunnion, it's a little easier. You just drill some holes and install it. If it doesn't, you have to replace it, drill some holes, and install it.
Okay, so you just have to drill holes. You don't have to. All right.
As far as AK stuff goes, it's like 3/4 of as much as work as you'd possibly have to do. It's not quite everything, but it's the most. Oh, It's probably the most elaborate stock to have to put on.
Yeah, because like I see like a lot of guys did SBR the M92s, but they didn't use like the Manticore triangle folder instead
That's
of
the way
doing
you
that.
put on because you just replace the trunnion and put it on. But when you're going to put an underfolder, you got to have your holes, and then they got to be right because if they're wrong, it's fucked up. So it's a little easier when you're starting with a receiver that costs you $35 and you screw it up and you just start with another receiver. But if it's already a gun, it costs you hundreds of dollars and then you screw it up, that could suck because you're putting big ass holes in it. 2 of the holes are as big as a dime or more.
Yeah, of course, already told me if I just fuck up, just put black duct tape over it and you're good.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Still works as a pistol. If I was to ever SBR anything, it would be this right here. And I literally just pull
Probably
out
not it.
pull off this 7-inch barrel. Just I saw what's it called? There's a 4-inch buffer tube for AR, but you gotta buy like a modified.
It's probably with the Savage. That's what the Savage comes with. Savage side charger.
Hey, can you show that one more time? I want to see it.
This is my Troy built. Like, it has the Troy Alpha Rail, 7-inch Alpha Rail. So I have a 7-inch barrel, the Yankee Hill, Phantom, flash hider. Does nothing. Just makes fireballs. Phantom Defense fixed sights. G-Webs approved. That's the reason why I bought it, because G-Webs did a video on it. It has the rattle can, the tactical rattle, the Magpul ASAP butt plate. It has the what's it called? Rock River fluted buffer tube. So it's whatever. Checkered.
That's nice, dude. I like it.
Buffer tube. It has a Code Red firearms lower, out of business. Ooh, it has an Ares armor. Was it M16 bolt carrier group?
That's clean, man. I like it.
Yeah, that thing's obsolete right now. That bolt carrier group.
Why? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's not nickel boron or titanium nitride or.
No, I said it's obsolete now. I mean, it's priceless since Ares isn't around anymore.
The lower company.
They're advanced weapon components now. They're like AWC now.
Yeah.
I don't know the lower company, because I actually wanted to.
They're still failing horribly at customer service, by the way.
I don't know. My cousin. Every time I've done business with them, I bought.
That's why Ares, dude. That's why Ares went out of business, dude. Like his customer service.
I bought 3 bolt carrier groups from them, like back when they were like going for like only like $70, and then I got like a free shirt, the Keep Calm Build On shirt. But I like like one thing I want to do is like I want to collect all like different like lowers and just have them like displayed, because this one is a Code Red Firearms, which is like a Scorpion. It's really cool. Let's see if I can get on camera. But it has a Scorpion on it. It's pretty cool.
So now you need like a Spikes Tactical Spider to go with that Scorpion.
With double penis. I cannot ever unsee that anymore. When I see it, it's,
better than 2 penises. They're touching each other.
Yeah, they're 2 penises. I can't. Ever since Marco showed me it, I can't unsee it.
Can't unsee it.
It's a double dick.
Double dick. But like,
Anyways,
that's one thing. Like
doing that to a Yugo is definitely like I'd want a mill for that. I wouldn't tackle that with anything other. And then, whatever you need to be able to make a fucking hole the size of a dime with a mill.
I would probably go to my gunsmith. I'll go hit up Frank
Yeah, if you've got somebody who's done it before, that's ideal. Because, like I say, it's one of those one-time things. If you screw it up by just a little bit, you don't measure right or whatever, and when your pins are off a little or your holes are off a little bit, then this thing will never fold. It'll never.
I regret it. I regret it because like a month before Sandy Hook happened, I went over to my gunsmith Frank, and like we literally just, I was still only like 20 years old, and then those guys are like 40, 50 years old, and they literally have a wood stove at their gun shop or his gun whatever shop, and literally like you just bring you come in there, you just grab a piece of log off the front porch and just toss it in there. Just you could like BS there. They have coffee, whatever, and like he built an RPK AK, and like he offered to sell it to me, and I'm like, sure, I'll come by and we can pick it up. And then like the whole entire Sandy Hook happened, and I didn't because we agreed on a price. Like it was like really cheap because he like wanted to just like he doesn't like use it. He just has it in the like the back corner of the shop. And I'm like, oh, you want to sell that AK? He's like, not really, but if you want it, because I know it'll go in good hands. And I told him like we agreed upon like I think it was like $650. He's like, yeah, I built it, years ago. And I kind of felt bad because I came back the next time and he was like, you want to buy it? I'm like, you know what, Frank? The panic buying going on. Why don't you just sell it for whatever you want? And he did. But I regret not buying that RPK though.
Did he ever tell you what he got for it?
He built it for he got it for like $50 or something like that. $75.
No, but when you told him go ahead and sell it, do you know what he sold it for?
I didn't ask him afterwards because it's gone now. But
that won't work. That's a Polish underfolder. Looks stupid on there.
Which one? This one?
The one that Pink put in there. I mean, it would physically work, but it would look wrong.
Yeah.
He would laugh at you and shit. There's no way to tell the difference. Most people don't even fucking know or care, but it'll work. So $99, that's crazy. The first underfolder I bought was more like $3.
He bought them when they were like coming into the U.S. and like because it was a Romanian one, not the Yugoslavian one, and he said that he would buy the parts kit for like $75, but he bought like 3 of them for like $150 or something like that. I forget what it was because he was telling me how cheap they were.
Dems were the days.
Because the reason why I went over there is because like my first time I went over there is because I bought my Wasser 1063, and I don't know how they did it, but they installed one of the trigger springs backwards, so it should have been like facing the other direction. And so he like fixed that. So like my G2 trigger was
Shit, I was gonna say, you know how many ARs we have in this chat right now when Keyson's back in here?
Oh, sorry.
I think we got more ARs than a National Guard unit right now.
Tip the chat over if they're like next to each other.
Yeah.
What's that?
They're like magnets. They're either gonna attract or else they're gonna repel. There's so many, like the magnetism of all those ARs. Dead Horse might be the only person that has more ARs than you do.
Me? Or
yeah. You still got all yours?
Yeah.
And yeah, he might have more than you still.
Yeah, he does. I have 6 in the AR-10.
Oh yeah, that's in the contest then.
Yeah.
Dead Horse sells in a week.
I think Dead Horse has probably got like 6 on his lap right now.
And 300 blackout or something.
I have 7.
I'm almost caught up to Keystone.
Dead Horse is rubbing one out to his fucking safe.
What?
I was saying I have 3 that I'm just like in the middle of building right now that I pretty much have all but like one part for or something that are like pretty much ready to go. I have 3 builds right now.
I want one of those new carries uppers with the M-lock rails, 15-inch ones. I think I'm gonna buy one of them next year.
I know.
You got one, Dead Horse?
My carry guns rails are all
Chemo.
Yeah, chemo.
Yeah, I want to
The
try one of those
mod.
M-Lock uppers.
I like that slanted wraith rail. Like that's one of my favorite rails, man. That thing's just so comfy and slim,
Yeah, I like that one.
and it's
Oh,
like pretty heavy duty. It doesn't feel like cheesy aluminum. It's like really thick aluminum, and I really fucking
Yeah.
love that rail, man.
So yeah,
It's heavy.
I have 5.56, and then that AR-10, and then 2 just lowers, built lowers, and then like 3 or 4 unbuilt lowers.
That's my stepson, my oldest stepson. He's getting a lower for Christmas. My son's getting an entire AR-15 for Christmas that I built for him. My youngest stepson's getting a 22 rifle for Christmas. And then my son-in-law is getting a bunch of AR parts for Christmas.
Yeah. The last gun I bought was that G23 RTF2.
Like everyone's getting guns for Christmas except for my girlfriend, and I've been looking for a handgun for her. I just haven't found the right gun yet. So like she's gonna get new tires for her car. That's what she's getting.
You sound like Oprah, dude. You're getting a gun. You're getting a gun. Everybody's getting a gun.
There's a guy who has a G19 RTF2, and I'm really tempted to ask to trade for my 23.
She's still in the tree.
Huh?
My cat's climbing in the Christmas tree.
Oh. But
Talk to Flippy. Maybe he's still got that shock collar.
I think she's gonna make her way up to the top. It's like a squirrel cat.
how do you know, like, is G still there or is he gone? You still there, G?
G-Webs is still here?
I think he's gone.
He'll be back. He's probably taking a shit or something.
Whoa there. So Keystone.
Yeah,
Yes,
my
sir.
female cat used to climb through the heater ducts. Go from one room to the next through the heater ducts.
What's going on, Dead Horse?
I was gonna say, man, like, do you have any plans to build another AR anytime soon?
Not really. If I do, I'd probably make it one of like the PDWs with like the really small buffer tube and like the collapsible like wire stock.
Yeah.
But literally, I can only shoot. Well, I can shoot 2 at a time, but like you can only. I don't know. I'm to the point where like I'm comfortable with all my guns. If I need to get rid of some, I still have a cushion. So like I haven't built any. Like I do want to like deal in with like the random calibers, like make like a 76 was there 7.62 by 39 AK or AR, or like a 6.8 or whatever, 6.5.
I'm doing a 6.5 Grendel.
Oh yeah.
There's a guy here who's passed the 1,000-yard, 1,200-yard, and 1,500-yard challenge with.
Yeah, so the next one I might want to do, besides like making like, I'll probably make like a 20-inch A2 style like 7.62 by 39 AK or AR.
I want to lead you onto something, man. The Lantac UAR uppers. It's just like they're stripped uppers. You have to try one out. Like they are amazing.
Lantac UAR.
The Lantac UAR upper, yeah, for AR-15s. They have a slick side one that's like the UAC or something that you can use like with the side charging handle if you want. Not that one. The regular UAR that has like a forward assist and dust cover. It's like a $250 stripped upper, man. but it has a burnished bore. It's like all aerospace. It's basically a Hera Arms upper, like Hera Arms, like Germany, like they're the ones who like make that, basically make it. It's kind of like Landtech just rebrands it, but it's like the smoothest. It's all like kind of redesigned inside, like the cam pin area is all redesigned, and they give you a cam pin to use with your bolt carrier group, this domed cam pin, and it is such a smooth shooting system. And like when you pull back on your charging handle, you don't get that kind of
little drag.
Yeah, like it is just so smooth.
I
Like,
see it, yeah.
it's unbelievable, man. It really does make a huge difference. Like I'm really digging, man, like big time. I've been using them now.
How much
This would be my next build right here.
Shit.
What is it, Pinks? I can't see.
The tactical Mall Ninja AR meme where they randomly Photoshop stuff onto it, an AR.
It's got a fucking car. Fucking what is that?
The sad thing is the guy looks like Chris.
I know he does.
Is it Chris?
That's what I used on I used one of those UAR uppers on a 20-inch Sapper rifle, and it's just sweet because on it, that is like the next kind of like upgrade from just a regular stripped upper.
Yeah, the thing is
I
that
have
like,
other billet uppers that aren't anything like this.
I'm comfortable enough what like I pretty much call it like my burner ARs. So if I do build something, it'll be like just for me. It'll be like a higher end AR.
Well, that's what I'm saying. For higher end, like look at that Landtac upper for your next build. Like really look hard at those, man.
I've been looking at just buying like a Noveski, just have a Noveski. Being in the Pacific Northwest.
Nice, dude.
Say it
Noveski-
one more time when Flippy comes in.
No, okay. First of all, Kasan Noveski, ever since he died, isn't the same Noveski. If you want the same Noveski,
Yeah, I'm buying like an older one.
yeah, buy an older one or buy E3 Blast House. Go to E3 Blast House and buy an E3 rifle, and that's the new Noveski because that's actually like the old employees back from when the owner owned owned it. You know, that's the old employees that used to work for him. That's their company. Is E3 Blast House because they all left Noveski because the new ownership and everything was like it was such bullshit. Like they got unhappy and went and started their own shit.
Yeah.
And pretty much like they're like, yeah, we're basically like what Noveski used to be.
Just get a knight's armament.
Well, I want a Noveski chainsaw, like lower, because I love chainsaws.
Oh yeah, those are still good lower. You know, the magwell on those are phenomenal.
This carry Zepper's only $350 with the bolt.
I buy pretty much like my go-to uppers are pretty much they're all precision because they're literally down the street from me.
I'm still of the mindset of build it because you never get exactly what you want when you buy.
Yeah.
You always end up changing shit and all that. And I'm of the mindset of just build it the way the fuck you can get like a white oak barrel that'll shoot like a quarter-inch MOA. You know, like you can get a white oak barrel.
All these guns pretty much, all these whatever, like people complain about whatever, but these guns are going to outshoot you. The pretty much the error that happens is you not.
Yeah, for new and beginner shooters, but like once you get to a certain level, you definitely want to.
Yeah. For the majority, how about the majority?
Like 20 years consistently, because it is like a perishable skill, you know. So if you stay on it and you shoot a lot and you practice a lot, you do get pretty good at shooting, you know.
I shoot. I'll
tell you this: when competitions I go to, I can see the guys who shoot and the guys who don't. Like it's instantly this noticeable.
I'm fine if I can shoot and hit an 18-inch by whatever 6-inch, like still gong at 200 yards, standing up with my AR. I'm fine with that, especially with like open sights. iron sights, I'm happy with that. See ya. You know what I mean? But like people who always complain or whatever, like I hate when I like talk about guns. I hate the whole, oh, AKs are inaccurate. I'm like, have you shot one? No, but I hear this all the time. I'm like,
The average AK is like pretty comparable to the average stock like M4 like inaccuracy.
yes. And then every time like I like meet new people,
they're like so close to like, you know, maybe like the AK is like a half MOA like worse or some shit, but it's so close it's not even like a thing.
It's not, yeah. And then like, all right, I like hear people talk about like my gun. Like I was like, yeah, I have a couple AKs. And they'll be like, is it fully automatic? Like that's the first question they ask. Like,
say, oh fuck yeah, of course it is. That's the only way.
And then number two,
they're all fully automatic.
And then number two is like, oh, do you have a permit for it? Now I'm all like, bruh.
Then you say, ain't nobody got time for that.
But no, you hear this all the time too, don't you?
That's when I just troll them because of like their ignorance. Man. Like just.
You have an AR-15. Is it automatic? Or then when I tell them what I have, and they're like, "What is that?" I'm like, "An M16." They're like, "Oh."
Dude, there's this place who does like custom 80% lowers, and they like laser engrave. And I've been talking to them because I'm trying to learn how to laser engrave aluminum better, and I kind of finally found a place that's like talking to me and like giving me tips and pointers and shit.
Yeah.
And this place does all these custom badass fucking lowers. They got this one lower, and it's like Billy Bob Thornton from like Drunken Santa or Bad Santa, right?
Yeah.
And then like the selector switch is like, it's something like, what was it? It was like Merry Christmas, Jingle Bells, and Fuck Me Santa. Like for like full auto, it was like Fuck Me Santa.
Yeah, like my so my sister's husband's uncle owns like a trophy shop, and like he's like, yeah, if you need to get anything engraved, just call up Uncle Tom and he'll take care of you. So I've been like looking at doing like I wanted to like my next one I might want to do is get like that Noveski or whatever, and then make it into like a stormtrooper or like a clone trooper like gun. You know what I mean? Like Cerakote it all white or whatever, and do it like kind of like a blaster looking thing. And I was thinking about getting like one of like the Star Wars like logos like engraved into it. Because the local gun company here, which is like the off branch of like Aero Precision, they make a lower receiver that has no logo. It just has the numbers. So like you can like put in your own logo.
I'm looking right now for that link of this place with that Fuck Me Santa.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, dude! Like they had so many of them though. Like it was unreal. Like how many different designs they've done for people, and like all their pictures are like ones that they've actually, because people just like have their custom shit done. Like they just call them up and they're like, hey, I want my. So it's just crazy seeing what people have actually came up with, because like people have gotten like really fucking creative, man. Like, and it's amazing what they can laser engrave.
Dude, this chainsaw lower is going for $350.
What's wrong with just a regular mil-spec lower, dude? Come on, like what you need that? You need that 0.01 second faster magazine reload or something? Are you like so fucking like retarded you can't put a mag into a regular magwell? So you need this like flared thing, or like what else does that chainsaw lower do other than that like magwell? Like what else?
The collectability.
The what?
The collectability.
Why? Because it says Noveski and no one likes Noveski anymore?
I like Noveski, okay?
Like the only thing that you still make that's like people talk about are still the barrels. That's it. Like that's the only thing that like people are putting in their rifles. That's even Noveski anymore. It's like just the barrels.
It's, I guess. I don't know. There's Rainier Arms too. I could always go with a Rainier Arms upper and lower, which is pretty much the same thing as Noveski. These are like the boutique. Nortec Defense. That one is Portland 2. Mega Arms.
You still talk to Daniel?
I haven't talked to Dan in a while. He just got a new job. He works for I think, was it Hulu now? He's always on the go. Him and his girlfriend's always like everywhere.
Hey, who was that trainer that he took that class off of?
Graham Tactical. Matt Graham.
Graham? Okay. I was trying to think of who it was.
I don't think he teaches anymore. I went to go look at him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Matt Graham Combat. Because he literally teaches like real guys, real killers, I guess. And he uses a freaking, what was it? What's the high-end 1911 again? Knight
Like
something?
Wilson or
No,
Knight's Armor?
higher than that.
Sure.
Knight's Armor doing make
Oh, the Nighthawk.
Nighthawk. He uses a Nighthawk 1911 as his like concealed carry gun. Like Daniel said, he's the real deal. Oh yeah, he still teaches.
Yeah, Aztec.
Yeah.
He's got combat pistol, combat carbine. He's
I
got
told you.
a 2-day combat pistol course, a 2-day vehicle operations course.
A 3-day combat.
Looks like got a couple of them coming up in Chino, California.
Are you sure that's the right guy?
Matt Graham?
Matt Graham Combat, right?
This is part of Aztec, so. Ooh, course by location. Let's see what this is. Closest one near me is going to be West Virginia.
Oh, nice.
There's a couple in Illinois. There's one in Pittsburgh. One coming up in Casa Grande, Arizona. That one's in February.
I think these are all different guys, so you got to make sure they're the right guys.
Right. Let's see. Courses by instructor. Oh.
So yeah, he only teaches 2 classes.
Yeah.
And that's both in California.
Larry Vickers. Huh.
Yeah, so he only teaches 2 classes for that Aztec training. I need to go find me another RTF2 though for my Glock 17 as a backup.
Larry Vickers has a class coming up in Highview, West Virginia in March. That's already sold out.
Yeah, it ain't no joke. Is Dead Horse still here?
Yo.
What's your go-to? Like, if you only take one AR, what would it be? Which one would it be?
It's gonna be the one I'm building right now. Like that's what the one I'm building right now is. But the one it is like currently, because that one's not built, is just a A3 20-inch H-bar A3 mil spec A2 buttstock. You know, and then the backup to that one is an 18-inch A3 with still a rifle length gas system, all mil spec with an A2. You know, like just, you know, with the FN machine gun steel barrel, double chrome lined, cold hammer forged.
So, like, what did I say? I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, are you get the nice armament, like 11-inch barrel? I mean, 11-inch quad rail on that, or not? Or keep it with the poly handguards, or do you use the Magpul ones?
No, I just used all completely mil spec, the A2 grip, everything. I don't trust much aftermarket stuff like I trust most mil spec components. There's some components I'll upgrade to, like maybe a nitrided bolt carrier group, because I believe in nitriding, you know. But
for me, one thing I gotta change out for like most of my ARs is the grip. I gotta go like a Magpul Myad grip.
If it's a
because my hands are up.
If it's a big rifle and it's not some kind of compact rifle, I totally love an A2 grip. For like a 7-inch AR pistol, or something
That's
like
different.
that, I need a much more vertical grip. I can't stand it.
I haven't changed out this one yet, but I'm totally gonna change out. The A2 grip works fine, but like with my big ass hands.
But my current, like the rifle I'm building, this end of the world gun I'm building, is a 14.5-inch pin and welded with that FN machine gun steel barrel, cold hammer forged, double chrome lined.
Yeah.
And then I think it's
what are you getting your barrels from? Just from PSA?
Yeah, from PSA. And then
just as it built up, is it built upper or is it
it's kind of just a regular upper with no bolt carrier grip or anything.
Okay, so it's assembled, right? You don't buy the parts, you just build it yourself.
So, but I'm gonna take the upper that's on it off, the stripped upper, and I'm gonna put an Aero Precision upper on it, and then use that FN barrel, the barrel nut, and the front sight base, and then I'm going to use a Toolcraft bolt carrier group, mil spec charging handle. It's going to get a Magpul rear, the Pro flip upper sight. It's getting an aim-point ACO. It's getting a Spikes Tactical lower.
Oh,
it's
shoot.
It's probably going to get an A1 stock. I think I'm going to do an A1 stock on that one. And then probably I'll probably stick with the A2 grip. And it's going to be all mil spec parts, man. Like nothing's going to be fancy about like aftermarket fancy at all. Like that's going to be, except for like some of the small parts like detents and springs. Like those will all, and like roll pins, those will all be like stainless, nice aftermarket stuff. So like some of the small parts will actually be really high quality, but everything else will just be pretty mil spec. But that's gonna be my new end of the world gun because I'm just getting too old. I was lugging that 20-inch H-bar around the other day, and
you want to sell me that 20-inch A-bar?
The 20-inch H-bar, yeah, that thing like with a fully loaded mag and all that weighs over 10 pounds. Man.
How much do you want to sell that for?
I'm not gonna sell it. That's gonna be my new end of the world bug-in gun. Like that's gonna be so like if I'm not going anywhere and I can stay where I'm at, I'm still going to go to that 20-inch, the 14.5s, and just to like carry on me if I ever have to actually like fucking go on foot.
Oh yeah, so
We were having a discussion about end of the world guns, and like the whole thing came up about bugging in versus bugging out.
my local gun shop has a Mod Deuce semi-auto. I'm just gonna go steal that.
Yeah. But how you got it like set up kind of for both scenarios.
It has a sled too, so or whatever. It has a whatever would you call it, a trailer. So boom, I'm stealing that.
So you survived the apocalypse out there today, Dead Horse?
What apocalypse?
Dude, we've had a bad snowstorm since last night.
Oh, in Utah?
Yeah, like last night the power went out at my house from like 8 o'clock at night until like 6 o'clock this morning. It took them like 10 hours to get the power back on. And then all day today, just high winds, stormy and stuff. Then all of a sudden, the air raid sirens, or like I call them air raid sirens, but they're really like chemical weapon and natural disaster sirens, started going off in our town, and like they're like deadly lightning alert. Like it wasn't even a severe lightning alert. I've like never heard that before. Like they're like deadly lightning alert. Like okay, you know. And they were like severe winds and hail and stuff. And I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden, like literally a minute after that siren went off, it started to hail. And it looked just like a blanket coming straight down, because there was no wind when it started to hail, and just straight down a wall of hail. And it was like it was snowing, because like my backyard went from like grass to covered in white, and just instantly, and it wasn't snow, it was hail. And like 1/4-inch sized hail. And then apparently 6-inch sized hail was landing just a little bit to the east of me. Like people were getting their cars smashed and shit, and like hail was coming through people's windows and roofs.
That's one thing I love about like the Pacific Northwest. I have the ocean right here, so like I don't ever have to deal with like 6-foot snow drifts, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know, like the occasional like. You know, we get the occasional windstorm or whatever, but like literally, like we have like a mild weather climate here.
Yeah, but you get tsunamis, so just wait. You're gonna get.
No, I don't get tsunamis because I have the peninsula, so I'm not on the like the actual like coast, the ocean coast. So I'm on the whatever. We have the ocean, but it's like a bay, like an enclosed bay. Like, just imagine it if, like, you had your hand. So, like, here's, like, Washington State. So, like, there's, like, a peninsula right here, and I live, like, right over here. So, like, we still have the ocean right here. But, like, for a tsunami to come and happen, it would have to happen, like, right here, and there's not enough momentum force for it to be, like, substantial. That makes sense. So, like, if a tsunami was to happen from Japan, it'll hit the coast, but it won't come in and go through all the billion tiny islands we have and come hit me. That makes sense.
No, it does.
We have like a natural barrier from tsunami.
Oh, on that 14.5-inch. I don't have it yet, but I'm going to do a Troy Delta rail, I think.
You know what I kind of want, low key? I want like the 11-inch barrel, 11.5-inch barrel with like the 5.5 like flash hider, the Commando, the M4 Commando style.
Yep.
But if they made it like in the machine gun, whatever.
The Car 15. Yeah.
The Car 15 style, but like make it like Hammer Forge or whatever, Cool Hammer Forge. Make it all like that, but if it was, that'd be awesome.
I kind of made one, but I didn't go with that long ass flash hider. I did an 11.5-inch barrel with just a regular A2, and I just did that CAC Shockwave blade as like a stock, you know.
Think about it, like literally, like I could with my AR pistol, I could still hit that steel target at 200 yards, open sights, whatever. So
11 and a half. It's supposed to be like a magic number for AR pistol barrels. Like,
Yeah, well, because technically, if you have to, for like my 7-inch AR pistol, you from the civilian market suppressors, you're not technically supposed to like suppress it because it can damage your suppressor because there's too much back pressure and gas coming out of it. So most of the manufacturers, suppressor manufacturers, tell you to use a 10.5-inch barrel or more. But there's guys who run whatever, like the Navy.
Dude, I didn't think I built a little 7.5-inch like AR pistol, man, and I didn't think I was going to like it. Like, I really didn't think I was going to like dig it.
I love it, dude.
Oh, dude, that 7.5, man, that's such a fun little tiny gun. Like, it's, dude, this AR pistol with the 60-round drum in it, this little AR pistol weighs like 10 pounds. And it's a 7.5-inch barrel. It's fucking badass, though, man.
The thing is that, like, this barrel is supposed to be 7.5-inch barrel, but the guys who built it were like, yeah, we measured wrong, so it's a 7-inch barrel. So.
That's cool.
I kind of want to build my another AR-15 I want to build is like an AR like 9mm or AR-45 45 that takes like Glock mags. Get it in with like a 5.5-inch barrel or something like that.
Like, I'm building the 6.5 Grendel. And then I want to build a 9mm for sure, and I'm gonna do the one that takes Glock mags. Is like the specific lower that takes Glock mags, like not one of those.
Yeah, one of those insert ones, or.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the inserts.
Was it Lone Wolf makes one, and then another company is like Circle 10 or something like that. They're a Phoenix-based company.
The PSA, like the PSA ones, are made by like New Frontier, right? Like so like New Frontier makes like, and like the unbranded AR ones and like several other companies are all like lowers are all made by New Frontier.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna get like a New Frontier or / PSA or whatever.
Do they have the last bolt hole open feature or no?
They have them with both. So you can get it with or without. And even if you get one without on the lower, you can get the upper with it. Like, so it just depends on how your bolt set up, and you got to make sure your bolt's set to run, that's cut to do a Glock, because if you buy a 9mm upper that's meant for Colt, it won't work with the Glock and then the bolt carrier group won't work with Glock mags. So you got to send that bolt carrier group to New Frontier Armory, and they cut it for you, so it now works with Glock mags. And I think they charge you like $40 for that service.
I don't like the cutouts on the front of the PSA ones.
I'm just gonna do a slick side upper, I think.
The Volter one.
No, I'm gonna do like, I think the one I'm gonna do has like a tiny little port because it's made just for 9mm.
Yeah, it doesn't.
There's no shell deflector or nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's also a side charger. The other's on the left side charger, non-reciprocating, and then it has a tiny little port. Like the port's just barely bigger than the shell casing. It just has this tiny little port, so it's not like those cheesy ones where it's like a regular dust cover, but it's like cut in. The dust cover is literally like cut in half almost. Like, have you seen ones? Like the Colt 9mm uppers, like they literally just like shortened the ejection port and then like cut a dust cover, like trimmed like 30% off of it, like on one side, so it's all uneven looking, and I don't know. So I don't like that look. So I found this really cool side charger, and I think a side charging 9mm would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I still want to do like a 45, but nowadays they make that Hush 147 grain 9mm, like subsonic. So I was like, that'd be cool. Have you thought about getting a suppressor?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Hearing Protection Act. I think that's going to go through now that we have Trump and everything. So I'm just going to wait for that. Wait for suppressors, and as soon as the second that's passed, I can just make my own. So that's exactly what I'll do.
You're gonna make one? Damn, that's crazy.
I got a question for, I guess, either one or both of you guys. I was sitting there listening to this chat, and my stomach started growling, so I decided to get up to get something to eat. But what it is with a standard AR-15 lower?
Yes, sir.
It's a two-part question. What's the largest pistol caliber that you can run with a standard lower, and what's the largest rifle caliber?
The largest pistol caliber, I'm pretty sure, is a 44 Magdano. Okay, I don't know if you count like the 458 SOCOM as, or like there are some like Wildcats, but pretty much 44 mag. They do have a 454 Cthulhu, but that's in the AR-10 platform because the AR-15 just wouldn't handle it. But I think technically an AR-15 you could, because it'll fit a 458 SOCOM, and I think the lower will fit a 44 or a 454. But I think like something about just basically the buffer tube, like the receiver extension, wouldn't handle the 60,000 cut pressure and stuff of the 454. Whereas like even a 458 SOCOM's only running at like 38,000 like cut pressure or something.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much 44 mag for AR-15, and then like 454 for AR-10.
What about the 50 AE?
Actually, you know what Tromex did? The guy who invented the 458 SOCOM, he made a 50 AE AR-15, and it took a modified Desert Eagle 50 AE Max, and he made one, but I don't think that was a standard. I don't know if that was a standard AR-15 lower. It was definitely modified, but I don't know if he had to modify that magwell or not. Like, I don't know, like...
Okay. So,
458.
458, but I'm thinking sticking with, well, I guess it wouldn't matter whether it's rimmed or rimless. But, okay, so 458 or 44 mag. 44 mag would probably be the less expensive of the two, I guess.
Oh, definitely. Like 357 mag. But when you're looking at those, like, why not just go 458 SOCOM though? Like, why would you want to, like, or 450 Bushmaster or the new 375 SOCOM, or that's what I want. Like, I regret doing the 458 SOCOM now because now I really want a 375 SOCOM. So I've literally been thinking about selling just the upper, the 458 SOCOM upper, just so I can buy a 375 SOCOM upper.
What do you see that out of the 375 that you're not getting out of the 458?
Well, velocity and range, and like accuracy at distance. It's like a much more aerodynamic, better ballistic coefficiency, a lot faster. And so it's basically a 458 neck down to 375 now. So it's basically the same case and everything as a 458 neck down to 375. So now you have more volume for powder. You have a lighter, more aerodynamic, better ballistic coefficiency, better, an all-around better bullet. So now you can push that out to, 600 meters and well beyond, and hit with still massive amounts of energy. It's like equivalent to basically a 308, but in a AR-15 size.
So is
like
the 458 a straight wall cartridge?
No, it's necked slightly.
Okay.
The 458 is designed to take out vehicles.
Yeah.
It's like
It's designed to take out T-Rexes. Are you kidding me, man?
Well, you know what I mean. Like, it's designed to take out. Like, it was designed.
That's what Trump said in an interview, dude. He said it was designed to kill a T-Rex. So that's what one.
Well, the main reason why they got it was like a checkpoint gun, right? So like they had like a big old like a semi, and it was like to like ram like a freaking like a checkpoint. It's designed to take out like the engine block of that car and just destroy it. So like if you need anything bigger than a 458, yeah, like seriously, like you should just like drop your gun into like whatever. Just end me now.
Okay. All right, and
but I'd rather, for me personally, I'd rather go with a 458 because again, there's more parts available compared to like the, you know, what I mean, the 44 mag or something like that, right?
Exactly.
So think about it too, because you're already doing a specialty caliber, right? So think about like the
44 mag's not a specialty caliber. It's just the gun's going to be a real specialty type gun. Mags and everything for the 44 mag was all like I said, they're using like Desert Eagle mags for the 44 and the 50 AE, and like the same guy who invented the SOCOM made those guns. And why is no one buying the 44 mags and 50 AE guns he's built? Like they're buying the 458 SOCOMs and 375 SOCOMs for a reason. Like, you know, like, and yeah, like ammo may be more expensive, but just wait, man, when you're trying to go for that, why not just go for it?
well, it depends on are we talking $1.50 a round, or are we talking $8 a round? I mean, that's what I mean by more expensive.
I paid like $2 a round for my 458 SOCOM. It was like a little over $2 a round. It was like $2.10 a round or something. But that was just at a local gun store.
And and of course, for some rounds, is it reloadable by the home reloader?
Yes.
For some specialized homebrew. I don't really mean homebrew, but I mean some specialized powder that's not regularly available.
Yeah, no, you can totally reload 458 SOCOM. That's most people do. Like most people don't buy; they just buy like the cases or buy it once and then reload it.
Okay. My other question may seem kind of dumb, but other than the 5.56 223, what else will fit up a standard AR lower, if anything?
I have a list, Dano. I actually have a list of calibers, but I mean, there's over 100 calibers on this list that were not, and it's not theoretical what could fit. Like these are actual guns that have been built in calibers. So you're talking there's all sorts of Wildcat calibers, first of all.
Yeah.
But
I'm not thinking of the Wildcat. I'm thinking of
blackout,
the traditional and the rifle cartridges. I already asked about the pistol. Now I'm asking about the rifle.
Oh yeah, okay, like 22 Magnum, 22 long rifle, 223, 5.56, 300 blackout, 6.5 Grendel, 6.8 SPC,
6.5 Creedmoor.
No, 6.5 Creedmoor is AR-10.
Oh, what is it? 7.62 by 39.
Yeah, 7.62 by 39. Gosh, like
you can do anything.
22 Hornet, I think.
The options are endless.
Right. Well, I wanted to ask, so that's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to ask the question.
Pretty much just look at like any case, like any rifle cartridge that's the length of a 223 round and shorter.
Right.
And they've probably made it because it's just unbelievable. And then you step up to an AR-10 receiver set, and then you look at any case that's like 308 size and shorter. And then they have like those Petra, and there's another company that's been making them for years that will handle 30-06 size and anything shorter. And then there's another company who makes one bigger than that, and like they have 50 BMG and 338 Lapua semi-auto and bolt-action uppers for the AR-15 lower, so.
Wow. It's absolutely mind-boggling sometimes. The variations and choices almost seem endless when you start mixing and matching.
Ruger
not
makes
just
a
the platforms, but the calibers, and then of course you throw in accessories that best fit that particular caliber.
Ruger makes like an AR-10, like this Varminter. My friend has one in 243, and he uses that as like a deer gun, as a varmint rifle, as everything, and he swears by that.
Right, the Ruger All-American, I think it's called, although it's relatively new to the market, is in like 5 years, I think, or so. But I know it has a positive reputation. And it comes in just about every rifle caliber that there is.
No, I mean, like he has that Ruger Varminter, like that, the SR-25 or whatever, the AR-10 platform one.
Oh, I thought you meant the All-American platform.
He has it in 243. So, like, and that's kind of an oddball caliber for that, you know, because most guys are 10
that's typically like a deer round.
Yeah, you know, that's like a total common. That's like a common kids deer round.
Yeah.
For like even
Right. 243 and 270 is like, and then the top three is 30, 270, and 243. That most like entry level like kid hunters I see.
I haven't looked at prices, but just off the top of your heads, of those three that you just mentioned, 243, 270, and 3030, which would you say is generally
cheaper,
the least expensive of those three?
3030. Hands down 3030.
Yep. And I'd say 243 and 270 are apples to apples.
Yeah.
Is that a necked cartridge as well? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Was it
3030?
3030.
Yeah, definitely.
The thing is that 3030 is like, if you were to like literally go to any like hunting camp in America, the top like 3 rounds is gonna be 3030, 30-06, and like, was it? I would say next
22 long rifle.
Well, how about big game calibers? Because 22 is considered.
I've read an article in American Rifleman that says that more deer have been taken with
Yes,
22
I know
long
this,
rifle
but like,
than any other caliber put together.
yes, I know.
Bob
The
sharing
thing is that those guys, all you do is like poachers who would use 22, because again,
No, like back before they even had those poaching laws and stuff too. Like the
I know.
22's been around since 1858. So
I know, because like people would just dome deer, like they would just
A lot of
dome the head.
7mm Remington mag.
Yeah, I was gonna say 7mm is the next one. Seven mag. My dad wants to get a 7 mag. He was gonna go buy. We were gonna go Black Friday shopping at Cabela's, but the guns that they were coming, like they had rifles, like they had the Ruger American, the what's it called, the Savage.
Right.
I forget what it is. The fancy one, and then like the Remington like 700. But they were all right-handed guns, and my dad wants to get a left-handed gun. Well, he doesn't want.
A dead horse is 50 Beowulf. Is that AR-15 or AR-10?
AR-15.
Okay.
Yeah, 50 Beowulf, 458 SOCOM. And they can all use like standard GI mags pretty much. And like, but you may have problems on the very last round feeding, I've noticed, if you don't have like a special follower.
What do you do, Hunter?
I have other spending priorities at the moment, but I do have a spare AR-15 lower that's already complete. It's because when I built my lower, I just replaced the existing one that I had purchased, not having any particular plans for it.
How many ARs do you have now, Daniel?
How many what?
ARs.
Complete one.
Yes. Just one?
Just one. One complete, and then I have 2 lowers. One that I bought, and then the one I built a few months back.
You bought a complete lower? What company? What company did you buy a complete lower from?
Smith & Wesson.
Oh, that's cool. That's good.
Somebody had sold their Smith & Wesson lower for some reason, and it was just sitting up at the gun store.
They sold their upper, and then they consigned their lower.
or either consigned it or sold it to the gun store. I'm not sure which.
Oh, okay.
The 50 Beowulf's going to be cheaper than the 458s, if that's any consolation.
I was going to say
At least $1.
And so was 450 Bushmaster, and that was one of the leading factors too why I picked the 458 SOCOM, because it was more readily available. I could find it more like around on the shelves, and it was cheaper.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it! I'm probably going to build into that AR now.
Ballistic stuff comparisons I looked at, 458 SOCOM was superior to 450 Bushmaster or 50 Beowulf. So.
Yeah, here's $1.50 a round for 50 Beowulf. 458 was $3 a round.
I think. So right now I'm looking at like getting 11-inch. It's the 11-inch upper. So it says NFA from Bravo company. What does that mean?
I don't know.
It says BMC, whatever, carbine upper receiver group, NFA, parentheses. So that means that I have to.
Oh, Dano, do you know what you can fit in a AR-15? You can fit a 243W SSM. And the 243W SSM, I think, has like velocities of like close to like 4,000 feet per second. Man. Like, you know, like that's a smoking load. Like,
That seems a little extreme for what I might be looking for.
you can put like, or like a 223W SSM. You know, get velocities of like 4,800 feet per second. Like,
I wonder what kind of bullets you have to have that they don't start like flying out of control, disintegrating.
long and like bonded, like.
Yeah, and probably a touch pricey.
Like, what about like a 204 Ruger? That's like a cartridge you can buy at like Walmart.
What? Is it pinned and welded?
Dead horse. You had mentioned, about a week or so ago that, and I'm not sure if you were just joking or what, but that you were at some point going to go back to building 1911s.
Yep. No, that's for real.
That's something you've done in the past?
Yep.
You've done one, you've done a couple.
I've done 3.
From like scratch, or
yeah, 80. Well, I've done 2 on 80% lowers, and then I did one with a completed PSA lower. So I built like I just bought like the PSA has cells on. Just
do you have it on right now? Can we see it?
No, they're in the safes.
Oh.
I don't have them. I just don't have like my guns laying around the house too.
So using PSA as an example because it's the one you're familiar with, at least at that time, whenever that was. What sizes did were the frames available in? Like commander size, full government size,
I think it's full.
something else.
Full government. I don't remember any other sizes through PSA. But it's a stainless steel frame, and they have them on sale for like $99 all the time.
And by, granted, this is historical, so it's going to be on the low side probably, but by the time you got done, what would you say that you had into it?
I don't know, probably around the PSA, probably around 800.
Okay.
But that's using like a lot of high-end Wilson and Ed Brown parts, and nothing cheap at all. Like that's not going any, because you can buy
right.
You can basically buy like a Rock Island kit that's basically a Rock Island frame and slide, and it's just not put together for like $500. It's just like buying the gun and put it together yourself basically and fit everything yourself. But
yeah, because when you had mentioned that, it started like a seed in my head rolling around as far as one of my, like I always have learning projects that I'm like, right now I'm doing the reloading thing as far as teaching myself how to, so I understand the basics, and I can not just do one or two, but I can do them in such a sufficient quantity that I can prove to myself that I can do them reliably, regularly, and that I truly do have it down pat. And which is also why I did the AR-15 lower, is in case mine were to break or something, I would not be a babe in the woods in regards to what to do, how to do it, that sort of thing. But that kind of got my mind thinking a little bit about about pistols.
I wanted the Glock, the 80% Glock frame. I've really been thinking about doing that. I bought one and I have one. I just haven't done it yet because I haven't bought a slide. Like I would have to find like a Glock 17 slide and barrel assembly, and then all the internal parts. Like the internal part kit's like $120 that comes with the trigger and everything. Mm-hmm. And then like the slides and the barrels seem to go for about like $300. So it's like, so until I get a deal on it, like, man, I could just buy a Glock, So until I get a better deal on it, I just haven't bought that stuff yet to do it.
Right, and I'm coming at it from the angle of how can I teach myself something, and I don't have access to machine, even a standard drill, upright drill press to do some of the work that's required for like an 80%er.
Do you have a buddy?
What's that?
Do you have a buddy that has a drill press though? Like
I said, I don't have access, buddy access.
You can buy like a router. Whatever.
Yeah, routers are if at least with my experience, if it's not mounted, well, it's just a recipe for a future disaster or a possible real injury. I mean, I understand what you mean by the router. Yeah, that would definitely be able to do some of that stuff, but it's potentially without the proper, because part of the mounting is not just for stability, it's also for safety. If that machine is not, that motor and that bit is not going to come loose while it's actually, rotating. So that's where the 80%, at least for my situation, unfortunately doesn't quite work out. I'd like to, but it just doesn't quite work out. So I'd have to start from the, I don't mind buying the parts. And it's, again, I 100% agree with it's not building, it's assembling. But I'm okay with that because it also has to do with if a part breaks in the future, you have to know how to disassemble it to assemble it to get it to work again. I've never, I had a 1911 many years ago. It was a small little officer's one, and it was one of the early versions and didn't really work with the shit. It was a Colt. But anyway, yeah, that really got me interested in the idea of it. But with 1911s, and you've kind of touched upon it a little bit, but I know to get them to work well, there's a lot of stoning, type work as far as fitment.
Who? Right now, there's a police trading Smith & Wesson M&P 40s.
Arkansas stone.
What's that?
You all you need for that, Dano, is a couple various sizes of ultra fine white hard Arkansas stone, or jeweler's stone is what it's otherwise known as. But find the one that says like hard Arkansas, because they'll have different types and different names.
Okay.
You want the one that says hard Arkansas, ultra fine white. So you don't want the brown, or because like the colors vary on the grit too, and then so you want the white, ultra fine hard Arkansas stone.
So
It's the best.
to make sure I don't misunderstand what you're saying, so with I'm going to say hand tools, it is reasonable, not just possible, to do a build off of a Colt 1911.
Yeah, if you already have a completed frame, yeah, like you don't need very much stuff at all. Like,
I'm for the finer fitments, because it's not modular like an AR.
no, you just need a good stone and to actually know what you're doing. That's the hard part, is to find like a real good gunsmith to see what you're doing. If you want to watch a good video on it, like one of the gunsmiths that I go to, he's actually in a Nut and Fancy video. Nut and Fancy calls him Yoda. And
Yes, I think I've seen him before.
yeah, you just watch that Nut and Fancy video, and I think he has two different videos where he shows a 1911 trigger job, like what he does. And even though you're building one, it's the same thing. Even if your parts are gunsmith fit for your sear and your hand, it's the same thing. Like you're not doing anything different building it than doing that trigger job that he does. So he shows you everything, how every part mates, like on an 80 series 1911, and we'll show you like every little trick. And then there's 1,000 other videos that'll show you the same thing, but when you're basically building it, there's no difference other than that. Other than you may have like a couple things with the barrel or slide to frame fitment. But
All right. Kind of a follow-on question is, in addition to a Colt variant or a Glock, are there other pistols that lend themselves to this sort of process?
To build yourself?
Yes.
Well, I know, pretty sure CZ has a market, like the competition 19 or the CZ kind of competition type thing, like EA Witness, Tangfolio, CZ, that style of gun. People kind of build themselves and customize them and build them up into all sorts of different rigs. Okay. So I would say CZ 1911 Glock, and so definitely a lot of 22s. A lot of guys with like Mark IIs, Mark IIIs, 2245s, kind of like you can buy basically an 80%.
The Taxol solutions.
That's a big market with 22s, the Ruger 22s. Right. So those.
Well, I think you've answered my basic question, and I appreciate it. And if I do come around to end up doing this on one of my future projects, I will touch base with you again.
Yeah, really doing a 1911 isn't too much harder than doing an AR. It's just more time consuming, and it's more trial and error, because like you got to put it together, take it apart, put it together, take it apart. So it's just time consuming. You just got to have patience, and just don't expect to slap it together in like one night. You know what I mean? Because it might work, it might not, kind of a thing.
Well, I didn't put together my AR in one night.
So
was that?
I said I didn't put together my AR lower in one night, although I could have.
One night? It should have took you like 1 hour.
Well, that's because I took my time and double-checked and triple-checked everything.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I would say to do like a 1911, like the entire gun, like really
Start
well.
to finish?
Yeah, start to finish, you're looking at like a week.
A week.
Because that's like working on it like an hour or two every night. And that's to make it like pristine, run like a champ, like test fire it, tune the trigger.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks.
I used to build 1022s. That's what I started doing. That was like the first thing I ever started customizing and like really building and working on was like custom 1022s. Like I built several 1022s that were like I had over $1,000, not including the price of the gun into those 1022s.
What was it about that platform that got you into it?
I don't know. I guess something to do and just something to customize and try and make it a better shooter and, you know, try and like make like a really good shooter at 50 yards, like something that can shoot one whole groups. And
I mean, I know kind of like Glock, it has a huge amount of third-party support.
yeah, well, that was it too. And plus it was just a 22. And when I was doing those, I was like 22, 23, 24. So I was a young guy, had a young kid and didn't have a lot of money. And it was something that was cheap to shoot. And it wasn't necessarily cheap to upgrade so I had to do everything slowly, but it was definitely doable, you know. $200 barrel here, $200 stock there, you know, $150 bolt here, and like, you know,
Nowadays,
$100.
Nowadays, he just does that with ARs because it's so cheap now.
Pretty much. Well, that's what I moved on to as I went from 1022s to 1911s to ARs, and now I want to go back to 1911s. So the only reason I jumped on the AR thing from 1911s is because Sandy Hook happened. Like I was just into 1911s and Sandy Hook happened, and I was like, oh fuck, like I'm going to build every single AR I've ever wanted.
So this AR pistol, I literally built it during Sandy Hook. Because like this is the only other way I was going to get me another AR was to buy a strip lower. I had to buy it. I literally went to go buy it at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Sandy Hook is totally what got me into. Like I got online and I saw that like ARs were selling for just ridiculous prices.
Freaking $2,700, $3,200.
I had four ARs, right? So I ended up selling 3 of my ARs for like 2 to 3 times what I paid for them. And then I was like, oh fuck, I wish I had a bunch more ARs right now. And then I was like, oh, you know what? Like maybe like I was seeing lowers and stuff. I was like, what's all involved in building? Like you know. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna order a strip lower, and it just took off from there. Like I'm just gonna build them.
So that's the only way. Like that's the only thing I couldn't find out like an actual like rifle, and so I had to go on I went on Arms List and I went to go find a guy who was willing to sell a 20-year-old kid a strip lower. Because even then, because by law, I could not go buy one from a FFL. Because they're considered others at the time. So you could give it either to AR pistol, and obviously you can't, as an FFL, you can't sell a 21-year-old, anyone under 21, a pistol or an other. Good. Right. So there's about this.
This is let's go, mommy. Like straw purchase for me, mommy.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom. Every time I see my mom, mom's like, "Don't buy another gun. You have too many guns."
Mom, that's not a gun of war. That's a gun for gophers. It's,
every time I see my mom,
shoots a 22, Mom. It just shoots a 22 caliber bullet. It's sweet. It just looks neat, Mom.
Every time I see my mom,
my
mom tells me not to buy another gun. She tells me I have too many.
Too many.
She says that. It's not true. But yeah, I was saying like that's why I literally have like 100 magazines because like this whole like Sandy Hook thing has made me like learn my lesson. I have like 50 PMags.
I never buy magazines for the rest of my life unless it's something new that I just want to buy like one or two of just to try out.
Yeah.
Like I have enough USGI mags and PMags. I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Not to mention like all the other various mags I have, like Hex mags and Lancers and Thermold.
So I have, again, my go-to is USGI mags, and then I have the PMags. But then I have 3 Troy battle mags, and you can find them for cheap too. A lot of people they're getting rid of Troys too.
I've heard a lot of people talk shit about the Troy mags, man.
They flex a lot more than a PMag.
Yeah, because every time I'm shooting my gun and I'm sitting there squeezing the mag and it like malfunctions, I just get so pissed at that mag, dude. Like, why are you letting me squeeze you to malfunction my gun? Like, what the fuck?
Ooh, $6.99. Troy battle mags.
Like for that price level, I would just rather have those D and H fucking GI mags, dude.
And Horst, which magazines are you able to squeeze?
The battle mags.
And Gen 1 Hex mags. And Thermolds and MFT squeeze a little, but not near as bad as any of those ones.
Yeah.
The Hex mag squeeze a lot. Like the follower will actually drop down if you squeeze the feed lips on those. The Lancer mags, the black ones are really solid, but the exact same model number, but like in the clear smoked or the clear flat dark earth, the translucent flat dark earth model ones, or the clear smoked or clear ones, flex like a son of a bitch. The feed lips don't because they're steel, but like in the middle of the mag, like they feel weak as hell. But like the black ones in the same model, like are solid as a rock. So I'm so skeptical of anything that's clear or translucent. Like that shit's always been weak. Like anything translucent and clear has always been like real gimmicky and weak, and so I stay away from any of that shit.
The whole point of you know how the ETS, they have the clear polymer 19 and 17 Glock 17 19 mags, and I'm like the standard mags, and I'm like, those are pointless because you can't see them. Like it'd be cool if they were 30 rounder.
Dude, after you stipple your Glock grip with your coat hanger and you have those holes in your grip for high speed, low drag, from your stipple job, like that's when you can see through your grip now into your mag and be like, oh look, I only have 5 rounds left.
Yeah,
that's for.
But the clear standard capacity mags, I'm like, it doesn't really matter.
That's going to be the next wave. All these guys are like stippling their grips and like getting their fucking frames or their slides.
I got the original
They're going to be getting their frames cut and their slides stippled next. I shit you not.
I have the original stippling. I have the RTF2 frames. Okay, those are sandpaper ready.
The good ones, yeah.
Yeah, these D&H ones, their standard price of them are $6.99 right now. There's.
Yeah. The D&H ones are fucking great, dude. Black Teflon coated Magpul follower, 17-7 pH stainless steel spring. They're fucking every single D&H mag I've bought, and I have close to 50 of those. I think has been perfect. I think I have 40. I literally think I have 48 of those mags, of those D&H mags, and they're fucking just every one of them's perfect.
I'm sitting there. I think I have 35 or 40. Too.
I bought 3 sets of 16. This is how I bought mine. And every set of 16 was $120 shipped a piece, and that comes out to $750 a mag shipped. You can't beat that. Because if you buy them in 16 at a time, then it's only $850 shipping. So once you hit 17 mags, then they charge you $18 shipping. So I was buying them at 16 at a time, like just like one, like every month, like they'd have that sell about 16. The next month they'd have that sell about 16. Like I did that for 3 months straight.
98.
So
I bought the one the shipping was only $7.99. Oh, $12 shipping now.
Have you ever used a titanium firing pin in an AR?
No.
Not the titanium coated, like the tin coated, but an actual titanium firing pin.
I haven't. I thought don't they crack?
Yeah, because they're so hard, they're brittle. You know,
Right.
They're.
Its strength is its weakness, sort of a thing.
But I also heard that was just some companies that cracked because they were putting out shitty titanium that wasn't heat treated properly. I've also heard that if it's heat treated properly, it turns like an ugly gold color, not like the gold that's on the tin coated bolts. That's like it turns this really ugly gold color that kind of looks more like I don't know. It's like this really ugly,
dirty bronze,
brassy bronze kind of color. Yeah, and people don't like that look. But that's real titanium that's heat treated properly. That's how it looks. Like it's. So I heard it also that if it's heat treated properly, like titanium's fucking like really good to go on that stuff. So.
Well, I mean, I guess I'd be more interested in it if I could also get some independent testing of it.
Yeah, like I've never had a titanium firing pin, so I don't know. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, and until I do, I'm fine with what I got.
Now maybe the tin coated, like they even have titanium ones that are tin coated, but they have regular steel ones that are tin coated. Now, like that tin coating is supposed to be super slick, you know, never need lubrication, not like carbon and shit's not supposed to stick to it. So like that tin coated firing pin, like I can see that, like, you know, that's.
No. But again, without that independent scientific testing, you're talking about the most important process at the beginning when you need it. I mean, at that point, you're not talking about necessarily just a part. You're talking now about a series of parts that and it's part of a system.
Well, most guys, a lot of guys, like in their, you know, will have like a stainless steel firing pin, but you know, and stainless steel is actually known to be soft and known to give like the tip to wear off and give like light primer strikes versus like a chrome coated firing pin where that chrome's a lot harder and doesn't seem to like deform as much as the stainless steel. And so, but like most mil-spec bolt carrier groups that a lot of guys buy, even like really high end aftermarket, like nitrided, nickel boron, all this real fancy bolt carrier group will put a stainless steel firing pin in it. And I never hear anyone talk smack about stainless steel firing pins.
So
Never.
there's right now, oh wait, never mind. That's a couple of days ago.
But versus like a chrome coated firing pin, like, you know, and chrome's supposed to, you know, not get dirty as fast or super hard. Like that's what everyone likes inside their barrels is chrome lining, you know. But I never hear anyone being like, man, I got to get like a chrome firing pin. So
right now that's
the go-to. Like that's the go-to firing pin is a chrome coated firing pin.
So right now there's 10 D&H aluminum magazines and then 10 Magpul magazines for $130.
There you
go.
So
20 mags for $130.
There's 10 range mags for you and 10 end of the world mags. That's it right there. There's 10 Magpul mags for range mags and then 10 like real mags for when shit hits the fan. Like that's your shit.
Don't worry, I got me and Dano set because I gave Dano the plug a couple of years ago. We bought Magpul mags for like $7.
Hey, we got a secret.
That was so long. It's obviously not going to be on sale again. It's like been 2 years.
It's a long time.
You know the mags that he had? I gave him the plug for it. And it was like pennies. It was like cheap, super cheap.
But like in my end of the world gun, like that's what I have as a chrome coated firing pin. my extractor, the double chrome. Actually, the firing pin is too. They're both Les Baer parts. And Les Baer is known to make really high-end stuff. And I believe they make the best firing pins and extractors on the market. Double chrome coated, you know, super tough bar stock, you know, like real shit. And, you know, they have like a gun with that extractor that has like over 40,000 rounds through it with the same extractor. So
I think the next gun, like the fan gun, is going to be 11-inch. Well, 11-inch AR-15 with the pinned 5-inch flash hider.
yeah, see, it looks cool, but once you have it and all that, it's just, I don't know, that flash hider, man. Like, trust me, you're gonna get that flash hider, you're gonna fucking pin and weld that shit, and like after you go out and shoot it, you're gonna come back home, you're gonna break out the Dremel that weld back off so you can slide the pin out, unscrew that shit, and you're gonna be like, all right, I'm just turning this back into a pistol or something, like or putting just a regular brake on it or something, like you're gonna be like, it's not even worth it, like, because it's just not. If you're going to go SBR, it's not like, why even pin and weld it if you're going SBR. And if you are going to pin and weld it, just do a 14.5, because then you're not saving any weight by going that 11.5 with the pin and welded 5.5. You're not saving like any weight. You're just losing advantages, velocity and everything. And just.
I do have a quick question, but I got to give you a little backstory for it to make sense. My first AR, it was a 16-inch barrel. Okay, very simple. Had a bird cage out in the front. You could, you know, screw it on, screw it off, etc. And I was always having problems with it jamming all the time. It turns out that there was a manufacturing error where they didn't put out a recall notice, but anybody who called in or said anything they would send you a new upper or an entire new rifle if you bought one from them immediately before you even got the old one back. Okay, but when I called and said I was having these problems, they didn't have any of the 16 inches left. They only had the 14.5, and it came with a muzzle brake, not a bird cage. So I said, that's fine with me. I'll accept that. I was very glad that they were able to very quickly resolve the situation. So anyway, I got this back now, but if at some point I do want to take that muzzle brake off, it's pinned and welded. Now, since I didn't put it on, nor did I have a gunsmith do it for me, you had mentioned using a Dremel to try to find that pin.
No, the weld.
Dremel the weld, because it's just a tack weld above the pin. So you can get what's called a coned shaped Dremel bit, right? And it looks just like kind of like a pine cone or something. It kind of goes down into a point, and you just put that point, not like using the side of the Dremel where you're literally holding the Dremel vertical straight up and down, going and pushing straight down with it, and Dremel that pin almost like you're drilling a hole, but with that Dremel bit, like the sanding wheel, because it goes into that fine point, and you just Dremel straight down and just bust that weld out, and then the pin will fall right out.
Do you think there's like a YouTube video that kind of shows this?
Yeah, I know there
John
is.
Willis, Google motherfucker.
Okay,
why do you gotta ask them for it?
No, I know. Because I have watched a guy who removed his own, and because he wanted, and he pinned and welded a new one on it. So there's a video of how he takes his old one off and puts his new one on, and even how he gets it to match up with the same hole, like how he measured it to drill the hole through the new flash hider. And you might have to take a couple peel washers instead of a crush washer to get it to line up correctly by changing the muzzle brake. So
yeah, I would just wondering just far like locating the pin period. I mean, they did such a good job. I can't see.
Are you sure it's pin and welded? Because no matter what, like even BCM, right? Like who everyone says does a really good job. They like to leave it just a little slight bump or a flat spot, depending on the company, to where you can really tell that something's not right, like it's been altered in some way. to give the so if an ATF agent looks at it, it is still noticeable. Like, okay, yeah, it's pinned and welded.
I guess I'll take a look tomorrow during the when the sun's up. Take another look and take a close.
Yeah,
but I looked at it
I have to
before,
take
and the first time I looked, I could not figure out where that pin was.
like most companies will do a really good job of like covering it up and everything, but they'll still leave it slightly imperfected just to make it noticeable. Like, yes, it is pin and welded, like, because that's the thing, like that.
Right, it's a legal requirement because otherwise the overall length would be less than.
Well, no, it's not a legal requirement. Well, it's a legal requirement that it's pin and welded, but to leave it visible, because that way you don't have to go through the bullshit of some ATF agent actually testing it, and putting a big ass wrench on it and stuff and twisting your shit. Because from my understanding, they only do that on ones where they can't tell that it's pin and welded. So to my understanding, most companies do leave it a slight imperfection there when they touch it back up, just so you know, like, hey, it's it's been done.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be sure
So
to do
I would
that.
double check because not every company sells their 14.5s pinned and welded. Like the one I bought isn't pin and welded, and I have to do that myself. But I could have bought it pin and welded, but I wanted to do it myself.
Well, the company I bought mine from, it is a bit unusual. They normally don't sell to the general public.
Yeah, they're military only. I think you put yours through like what, MMC?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's a mini machine company, and they do sell mostly to military and to like special ops and private contractors. And and they actually sell to they get subcontracted out for like Colt and FN too, for like major companies to make parts too. So
yep. I mean, I've been very happy with the product.
Oh yeah, no, they're high end, Daniel. Those guys are good high end.
Unfortunately, there was another MMC out on the East Coast that didn't do quite such a good job. So if I tell people MMC, if they recognize it at all, they think of the company that went out of business, whatever, and had all sorts of quality problems.
Yeah, no, that's why you got to say mini machine company, because I've ran into that before. Guys have said like, yeah, MMC was junk or whatever, and they're like, no, like mini machine, like. No, like no one ever says those guys are junk. Those guys make solid combat, like proven shit. So yeah,
right. And that's what my the AR that I had assembled.
But that's why I'm thinking, Dano, yours might not be correct. So that's what's leading me to believe is because it's coming from them that you really might double check that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks like it's just me and you in here at the moment.
Everyone else is scared.
Yeah, everyone else I think is packed it in for the night. So I'm going to go ahead and give it another shot myself here.
All right, man.
Well, you have a good evening. What you got left?
Yeah,
and we'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks for hopping in, man. Have a good night.
And thanks again.
Motherfuckers can't handle the AR talk. I don't even bring it up as much as like HVS and the Tavor. Man, you start talking about actual guns, people are just, I'm out of here. want those mounts for my shotgun. I don't need that scope. Take that off. Oh, commercial spec. Stock and buffer tube. Oh. Oh, that's what I could do. I could build a small ninja gun. Six.